Me born in the raised in New York City, in a dance hall and a dance hall on the dance floor. Me do a rum dance man, ragaman, yes, it's a ragaman jump. People look at champagne, I come full of fashion, pump it up, start to swing your body while you listen to the music, jump up and party.
Put your ass in the air. Oh, put your ass up in the air. Put your ass up in the air. Oh, whoa. your ass up in the air. Put your ass in the air. Put your ass up in the air. Put your ass in the air. Move around like you don't care. Put your ass in the air. Put your ass up in the air. Put your ass in the air. Put your ass up in the air. Put your ass in the air. Put your ass up in the air. Put your ass in the air. Move around like you don't care. Put your ass in the air. Put your ass up in the air. Put your ass in the air. Put your ass up in the air. Put your ass in the air. Put your ass up in the air. Put your ass in the air. Move around like you don't care. Put your ass in the air. Put your ass up in the air. Put your ass in the air. Put your ass up in the air. Put your ass in the air. Put your ass up in the air. Put your ass in the air. Move around like you don't care. Like you don't care.
Alrighty, everybody, we're back. We're back. I warned you. I tried to warn you this was gonna happen. We're back. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to another exciting episode of The Brain Domain. Bolele, bolele. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome, 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 welcome. How are you doing today? Happy Thursday, everybody. Happy Thursday. One day closer to Friday. I'm sick, just tested positive for COVID. Now, why would you go and do such a thing? Why would you go and do something like that? But no, seriously. Get better soon. I'm doing better lately. I have another job interview scheduled for Friday. Hoping this long period of unemployment ends soon before I lose my mind. Yeah, and, you know, being a moderator on this channel doesn't pay the bills. It'd be nice if it did, though. UBI. I agree. I agree.
Guess who forgot to reincarnate on time? It's Paul Remus here. Tired of waiting for your dream life to start? Are you stuck in the eternal loop of one day I'll be who I'm meant to be? Well, not anymore, friend. Introducing Now You, the revolutionary life hack they don't want you to know about.
Costco chicken guy? Yes, same guy.
Enough is enough! Enough is enough! Enough is enough! Enough is... You know who I am. I don't...
Chat, you know the drill, or maybe you don't. Maybe you don't know the drill. Here's the drill. We've got a presentation on deck. Not to get ahead of myself, but I feel like we really cooked with this one. I need this downloaded directly to my brain, Matrix style. We're gonna do it old-fashioned, where I say words and you hear words and you retain information. We're gonna do it the old-fashioned way. Not the most effective means of communication when you think about it, right? Like I blow air out of my meat and that vibrates your ear bones and your brain transcribes that into language. And we wonder why communication is such a struggle for so many. So anyway, I'll blow air out of my meat, you let your ear bones vibrate. We'll do our thing. So this will be a good one. I'm looking forward to this one. We'll sandwich it with some questions. You know me, I love a good sandwich. So we'll start off with the question box. We'll see what all ends up in there. We got a presentation, then we'll go back to the question box. A little content sandwich for you. Anyway, if you like sandwiches, you're in the right place. Is it my Twitch, or does it say the live stream has been on for 24 hours? I've been on for 21 minutes. My coworker is talking about how she used ChatGPT to analyze an argument with her partner. I can understand the value in that, but I can also understand where the problems would be. this could very quickly devolve into we're not even communicating anymore. We're just helping two chatbots communicate with each other. She said ChatGPT told her she handled it great. Did she ask it for feedback? Because if you don't ask it for feedback, it's going to say, wow, you'd handled that remarkably well. That was so great. You weren't just brave, you were also bold and spoke your truth. You could go to ChatGPT right now and just give it a ridiculous idea about a company you want to start. And it'll be like, wow, that's a great idea. What a fresh take. Where would you like to start with that? Like, hey, ChatGPT, I want to start a business where I go door to door and shine people's shoes. Wow. What a unique way to bring such a classy, sophisticated service right to people's doorstep. So I'm being gaslit by a robot? You're being gaslit, period. Either on the news or in advertisements or by a robot. At least the robot one sounds more futuristic. And since you're being gaslit 6 ways to Sunday, you might as well gaslight yourself into enjoying life more. You know? And that, I mean, you're gonna be getting gaslit anyway. You're gonna be getting gaslit anyway. Might as well take it in a direction that's enjoyable. ChatGPT sparks divorce drama. Can AI coffee readings predict infidelity? A Greek woman has filed for divorce after asking ChatGPT to interpret her husband's coffee cup. The chatbot allegedly claimed her husband was fantasizing about younger women and that he was destined to start a relationship with her. It also added that this woman was determined to break up their family. Oh. Oh, we're like cooked. Okay. Like, I knew we were cooked, don't get me wrong, but like, oh, we're cooked. Like, we're fall off the bone tender. We're a nice juicy brisket. We definitely need more literacy surrounding use of these types of chatbots, because right now, like, anybody can use them. Your grandpa could get on there and start going down some weird conspiracy theory rabbit hole and come out of the other side thinking that he's Jesus Christ reborn. That's the problem. It's a very powerful tool, and it can have some direct impact on our psyche, and people are just given unrestrained access to it. Oh yeah, and then they're cramming it in everywhere. They're cramming it in all over the place. Even in places you don't want it. Like, you Google something, it's like, hey, here's an AI response to what you're searching for. It's like, I'm just trying to find shoes. Anyway, we're approaching idiocracy at a rapid pace. So it's official. This is GNG, by the way. My mom called while I was in the middle of writing this, and stream ended before I could get this sent in. This is an update on my housing situation. For a quick recap for those not in the know, my grandma passed away almost 3 years ago. When she died, she left everything half and half for my aunt and father to fix. My aunt wanted to sell the house immediately, but my brother, father, and self have been living at the property since 2019. We came from Georgia to Arkansas to help take care of my grandma. My dad tried everything in his power to buy the house and pay her out, a sum of $110,000. Instead, this has escalated to the courts, and the court has decided the house must be sold in 6 months' time or it will go to auction. The house cannot have any improvements made on it either. It must sell as is. The house is in terrible condition and will not be easy to sell, especially in this economy. I just can't believe my aunt would turn down $110,000. Me either, honestly. They won't be making that back after court costs and paying off the original mortgage. She lost a brother over this, right? It's like... It's really... It's always just so... It's always just so hard to see whenever a family gets broken up over an estate. Like, is that a capitalism problem? Is it a human greed problem? Like, where does it come from? Either way, it's fucked up. Everyone we've talked to can't believe my aunt's decisions. Yep. Maybe you should let her friends know. Maybe you should let her friends know that she's, you know, pushing her brother and her niece and nephew out of their home. It'd be a real shame if... It'd be a real shame if everybody found out what she's up to. The irony is that she lost so much because of the greed. Her friends have cut ties with her over her political views. Honestly, it'll probably just be nice to be free of this entire situation. So when asked earlier yesterday if I was anxious, I guess it could be about this. But it's also exciting because if the house does go to auction, my dad will have a second time to try and buy the property. But that's a big if. Well, yeah, let's see where that goes. Honestly, it would be really funny if he ended up paying less than he offered her originally. Wouldn't that just be so fucking funny? If he's able to get the house at auction for like even less than he originally was going to pay her off with. Wouldn't that just be so... So that's what I'm hoping happens. So yeah, I guess it has been stressful, but I'm just so used to it I don't feel it anymore. That's a good observation. When you live in high stress, it just becomes normal for you, and then whenever anybody's like, hey, what's going on? Are you all right? It's like, oh yeah, I'm fine. This is just normal for me. I'm always constantly stressed. And I'm not particularly worried about where I'll go in 6 months this time. I already know where I'm going, so there really is no dread. Also, you won't have to clean up after your brother anymore. Yay! Thanks for letting me update chat on what's going on in my neck of the woods. Happy Thursday, everyone. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. This is such a sad situation. It really is. Like, I feel like if you are a full-grown adult and you are choosing stuff over people, if you are choosing stuff over family, what the fuck are you doing here? You're missing the entire fucking point. Pull your head out of your ass. You know what would be really funny is if your dad and your brother moved in with her. Like, hey, we got nowhere else to go.
It's Paul Remus again.
I got double pawed.
And on the galactic line, we have
I got pawed twice today already. 9.5 hours on this playlist and I get pawed twice. Anyway, you know, best of luck to your family in getting this all figured out. Kind of wild that your aunt would be such a... I need like a sensor beep. I need a bleep button, that's what I need. You know, it's a shame that your aunt has to be such a... I need a good bleep. I need like a... Greed is cherished as part of capitalism, and that's why it's cancerous. You know what else is really greedy? Cancer. Cancer's really greedy. Just uninhibited growth. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Capitalism is the cancer of ideologies. Unlimited growth within a finite system? Are you a fool? Thought that was libertarianism. Libertarians love capitalism. Libertarianism is the belief system of people who are like, I want to do what I want to do because I want to do it. And I feel like everybody else should be able to do that too. It's like, it makes sense if you're stupid. So yeah, whenever I hear somebody say that they're a libertarian, I'm like, okay, well, you're an idiot. Okay, now I know. Leave it up to the free market, and we've seen how well that's been going for us. Let the free market decide. Oh, okay, so just make things cheaper, pay people less, and just continuously cut corners until everything is shitty. Okay, thanks, free market. Did a great job. Great job, free market. You really did it. I thought libertarianism was cool when I was 11. Yeah, because it's the political mindset of somebody who's like, no, mother, I will not be going to my room. I want to play video games. And you're not gonna tell me otherwise. Free market? More like free me from this market, please. They often don't want age of consent laws. Yeah, whenever somebody identifies as a libertarian, that's one of the first things I like to grill them on. I'm like, what's your stance on age of consent laws? Let's just get right to it. I'm confused. I'm not smart on politics and stuff. Well, you're learning. Anyway, politics is silly. That's what I think. It's silly. Political compass test? Oh yeah, there's a political compass test and it'll show you where you are on the political compass. Am I more to the left or more to the right? Am I more authoritarian or more of a libertarian? When we talk about libertarian as a belief system though, we're talking about the yellow. You are a right-wing libertarian. I'm somewhere over here, I think. Maybe I'm up here now. I don't know. Maybe I'm a socialist. I can tell you I am most certainly not an anarcho-communist. There used to be an ANCAP meeting at a pizza place where I lived once a month. So bizarre. Like, what did they talk about? Huh. Yeah, anarcho-capitalists would be like the extreme of the like right-wing libertarians. They're like, you know what? If somebody wants to sell an arm on the open market, they should be able to do that. I should be able to buy and sell human flesh. That's anarcho-capitalism. Everything's for sale. If economic globalization is inevitable, it should primarily serve humanity rather than the interests of transnational corporations. What they're saying is that if at some point in the future there is one world market, there is one world currency, or if, like, you know what I mean, like, economics is operating on a global scale and everybody has a seat at the table, it should serve everyone equally rather than just the massive corporations that are, like, overseeing the whole thing. Basically, just to boil it down, should profit serve the people or should it serve the corporations? That is the simplest way to boil that one down. It should serve the people? I agree. I believe it should serve the people because without the people, you don't have the system. If you don't have the workers, you don't have the production. So good, it's nice that you see that. There are some people that believe that, no. As the figurehead here, as the CEO, as the executive, I deserve the recognition, I deserve the reward because of my brilliant mind and my cunning leadership. It's only possible because of me. Why should we serve our makers when we should serve ourselves as a people? Goobins is waking up. Goobins is coming online. Right. Well, nothing new in the question box. I think we're ready to get into today's topic. That's what I always tell myself when there's no questions in the box. It must just mean that everybody's really excited to get to the presentation. I'm sure there'll be questions in the box when we're done. Alright, so just looking at this, just looking at the title of this one, how are you feeling? What are you thinking? What sort of stuff comes to mind? The most clueless, selfish CEOs should be able to get that if people aren't making money, they won't be able to buy their products. True. True. And they're always trying to see, like, just how little people are able to get along with. Just how little time off do you need? Just how little can we pay you? Can you come in this weekend? I know you got that thing with your family, you know, you got that thing you were gonna do, but we need you here, because you got your work family to consider. How to calm the voices that shit on you constantly within your own head? Goobins, you're allowed to be a good shit talker, but you shouldn't be doing it to yourself. It's okay to be a good shit talker. I would say that ability comes in handy quite often, But like being a trained boxer, you don't walk around punching yourself in the face. My BF saw the Prezi title and said, I needed this, LOL. I feel like we could all use it. Because the thing about our inner critic is that sometimes we feel very justified in whatever harsh feedback our inner critic is giving us. So the goal here today is to find a more fair and balanced relationship with your self-critical thinking. I have Statler and Waldorf from the Muppets running commentary in my head all day. That's actually a really good example of something that we're going to talk about. If you have an inner critic, you can change their voice. You can imagine it as a character, and it can kind of take away some of the severity. And so you could imagine the two old Muppets up in the balcony, Statler and Waldorf, just up there talking shit. My inner critic runs this bitch. Actually, you run this bitch. The inner critic just works here. All right, are we ready? Are you ready? Am I ready? Maybe. Trying to use the hack you told me that any negative voices or thoughts I hear, I should mock it or make a whiny voice in a sense. That's one way to do it. We're gonna go over a few different ways to do it because not every strategy is gonna appeal to everybody, so we're gonna go over a few different ways that you can do that. You have reached the end of the free trial of the Brain Domain. To continue, please subscribe. Anybody got a quarter? All right, let's get to it. What do we mean when we say the inner critic? Flug! Flug. Thank you, Flug. Chat, this slide has been brought to you by Flug. What do we mean when we say the inner critic? Interestingly enough, when we started talking about the inner critic, pretty much everybody was like, yep, I know exactly what that is. No need to further explain it whatsoever, I am well aware. For most of us, that inner critic is your internal voice of judgment and doubt. Oh, why did you do that? Why did you say that? How could you be so foolish? It can make you question your abilities. It can make you question your worth. And it can interfere with what decisions you make. Now, ultimately, this self-critical style of thinking has a purpose, and it traces back to survival. That's most likely why it exists in the first place. Because it can help you to avoid mistakes. It can help you to behave in socially acceptable ways. Holy shit. Welcome in, Raiders. You're here right on time. You're here right on time. I'll start over for you. You're right on time. Thank you so much for the raid, Mike. Thank you for all of the new follows. Welcome. Welcome to the brain domain, where we like to make psychology accessible, because you know that they like to paywall that shit. You know what I mean? So we've got a really great presentation today, and you picked a great day to be here if today's your first time stopping in. We're going to be talking about how to tame your inner critic. All leftists need this prezi. Should have been here for the leftist infighting presentation, but that's a that's a topic for another day. Anyway, welcome in. Find a seat. Some of you might have to double up. I don't know if we have enough chairs. But anyway, get comfortable, get cozy, squeeze in. Thank you. Thank you for all the new follows. Thank you for the subs as well. Magnificently Shay and Airbnb Bortion. All right. Today we're going to be talking all about how to tame your inner critic. And I'm just going to kind of jump back into where we were when you all popped in, because like I said, we just got started. We're talking about how the inner critic is that internal voice that is judgmental, that is doubtful, the part of you that might make you question yourself, your abilities, your worth. It might interfere with what decisions you make. And we were talking about, when you all hopped in, we were talking about how it's most likely some type of survival mechanism, because it can help you to avoid mistakes. Like, ooh, I need to be careful where I put my hand when I'm swinging this hammer around. I smashed it. Okay. Yeah, don't put your hand under the hammer, dummy. Alright, I get it now. It can also help us to behave in socially acceptable ways. You know, making sure that you wear a shirt and shoes when you go into the gas station. It can also help us to improve our performance. You know, if there's something that we're trying to learn how to do and we need to, you know, it can sometimes serve as a motivation to kind of take things to the next level. No pants? No pants is fine. But if you got no shirt and no shoes, you're not getting no service. Pants? Optional. But of course, if this self-critical voice is left unchecked, it can obviously become quite destructive, can't it? And so here's what we're going to do today. We're going to explore why the inner critic exists. We're going to talk about how you can start identifying your inner critic, because sometimes they'll be sneaky. And we'll also talk about how to make it start working for you rather than against you. 1 minute left. There's a hype train? Oh, 30 seconds left. Thank you for the support. Could we get it to level 2? We'll see. Super sneaky sometimes. Oh, super sneaky sometimes. Super sneaky sometimes. Sometimes your inner critic, you'll be very, validating of that perspective. Like, gosh, how could I be such a fool? How could I be such an idiot? It's like, well, because I am an idiot. Especially if those sorts of doubts have been reinforced for a long time. Like maybe it's something that you learned when you were a kid. So you just don't even question it anymore because it's just been that way for forever. Sugar Biscuit, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you for keeping the hype train going. And with that, let's get into it. So, why does the inner critic exist? Why do we have this aspect of our thinking that is so self-critical? Well, let's think about it. Let's explore a few of the reasons why. Because there are a few different sources that lend into this phenomenon. Dirt or bust. Thank you for the 6 months. Thank you, thank you. First up, we kind of touched on this a little bit when we talked about how this is a survival mechanism. And so there are some evolutionary roots to this self-critical thinking. Early on in our history, if you lived in a village with 50 other people, that was how you guaranteed your survival, was through cooperation, solidarity, cohesiveness. If you got kicked out of the group, that was bad news. Your chances of survival go way low. It's very hard out there to make it on your own out there in the wild. And so it serves our survival if we behave in such a way that can maintain our status within a group. So it makes sense. We're going to be very aware of how we act. We're going to be very aware of what other people think about us. Because that means that we're less likely to get kicked out of the group, and it increases our chances of survival. I don't know if I can make it in the wild. You don't have to. You're in the village. There's also an aspect of social conditioning that goes into this. The beliefs that we hold about ourselves tend to form pretty early on in our development. They're shaped by our parents, our teachers, our peers, and the culture that we live in. Ultimately, self-critical thinking is trying to keep us safe and avoid pain. Even if the delivery is harsh, even if it makes us feel bad about ourselves, our brain would rather feel bad about itself and stay alive than feel good about itself and be dead. Wait. You get what I'm saying. You get what I mean. And so, it's a lot like anxiety in that way. It's trying to protect us by helping to keep us safe from harm and avoiding pain. But ultimately, it can sometimes be a very overeager protector. And so these are some of the reasons why self-critical thinking exists. This isn't all the reasons, this is not a good exhaustive list, but it's a good jumping off point for understanding why we are the way that we are. Thoughts or questions on this before we move it forward? A really overprotective ally. Yeah, it's kind of like a helicopter parent. No, anxiety is in many ways the same. Anxiety will do a similar thing. It'll be like, don't go there, don't go outside, don't talk to that person, you could get hurt. It's trying to protect us, but it's also limiting us, and it's actually harming us. It's so motivated to avoid pain that we end up living a very painful life, ironically. All right. So that's why it happens, that's why it exists. Let's talk a little bit more about it. So, whose voice is it? Something you might notice when you start to pay closer attention to that inner critic is that it's not always in my voice. Sometimes it is in my voice. Sometimes it's in someone else's voice. Sometimes it's in the voice of my parent, or it's in a sort of authoritative tone. And so you might notice that your self-critical thoughts often have a specific voice or tone. Sometimes it sounds like you. Maybe I do have father issues. Join the club, Goobins. Just think about it this way. We live in a society that has ultimately failed men in preparing them for processing and handling emotions. And so everybody's gonna have daddy issues unless you got really lucky and you got a really like emotionally aware and in tune dad, which is kind of rare. I'm curious if having a mean teacher early in life is enough to permanently affect you. I wouldn't say permanently, but I would say it could definitely affect you in a long time. And I only make that difference because I don't like to view a learned behavior or a learned response as permanent. So sometimes this voice, sometimes it's your voice. Sometimes it's the voice of a parent or a teacher, or sometimes it's just some general vague authority figure type voice, like a cop or a judge. So either way, it can be vague or it can be a blend of many different influences, but the point is that if we can trace it back to its origin, we can understand why it sounds the way that it does. The point here is you are trying to learn which of my beliefs are mine to own, which of my beliefs are genuinely mine, and which ones have I been taught, which ones have I been made to carry. I don't know, then figure it out. Anything you don't need, you can let go of. Off topic, but what does having a mommy issues mean exactly? I have a vague idea of what it is, but I'm trying to get the most accurate definition. We've kind of, okay, so just to catch you up to speed, we've kind of moved away in psychology from talking about like mommy issues, daddy issues. what we've kind of phrase it now is like you have a mother wound and you have a father wound. And those can look different depending on what your relationship was like with that particular parent, or if that particular parent was present at all. And so anything related to like your relationship with your mother would be considered a mother wound. And historically we would refer to that as mommy issues, but it can manifest in any number of different ways. It can manifest as codependent relationships with women. It could result in, anger directed towards women, and so there's no one way that it manifests. It kind of just depends on what that person's experiences were and how they were able to cope with it. That's the work. That's the work. That's the work. You figure out all the ways in which your parents fucked you up, and then you forgive them, and then you figure out how to break the cycle going forward so that you don't fuck up the next generation in the same way that the previous generation fucked you up. What if you feel like you do forgive them already? Then you're on like third base and you're eyeing home plate. But you aren't over the pain and hurt it has caused. When it comes to forgiveness is not about, saying, I don't hurt about this anymore. It's not about saying what you did was okay or that I want you in my life. The reason why we forgive is because I don't want to carry around all of this anger anymore. I'm tired of holding on to that. I don't want it to be a part of what I think about on the day-to-day. And so this can still hurt. This can still hurt. I might not want anything to do with you, but I'm not in the mood to like be angry about it anymore. I'm ready to like my therapist told me a lot of CPTSD is inherited PTSD. Generational trauma is a huge thing. Most people that I've talked to have heard the phrase or something similar to it, like, you should be glad that my parents aren't your parents. Oh, you think I'm bad? You should have seen how Grandma and Grandpa were. And I guess I forgave them because I'm not angry. I just don't want to talk to them ever again. That is what I think forgiveness can totally look like. I think that's a great example of what forgiveness can look like. Like, you just get tired of hanging on to all that anger, right? You're just like, I'm tired of being angry every day. It's bleeding out into other areas of my life. It's interfering with my other relationships. So I'm ready to let that go. My dad still says that. Oh, like, be glad that my parents weren't your parents. Back in the day, my dad would leave us out in the freezing cold rain for talking back to him. And then you hit your dad with, and how did that make you feel? Because I could almost guarantee he's never been asked that question before. How did that make you feel? I don't hit him with that. You don't have to. But you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how far you can get with somebody just by asking them, and how do you feel about that? Because for many people, and this might surprise you, they've been waiting for years to be asked that fucking question. They've been walking around for most of their life feeling like nobody gives a shit about how they feel about stuff. So yeah, you'd be surprised how far you can get with somebody just by asking them. How do you feel about that? Anyway, it's interesting to think about how our own self-critical thinking can be an echo of people who were critical on us. It just goes to show how we can formulate these beliefs about ourselves at a relatively young age, and then we can cling to them into adulthood. You know, if we were ever told that we're not good enough, or we're never going to make it anywhere, or that we are stinky and stupid, you know, we hang on to that. But it's okay to let it go. It doesn't have to be yours anymore. All right, let's talk about identifying the inner critic, because, as we mentioned before, he can be kind of sneaky. If you want to tame your inner critic, you need to learn to identify when they are doing the thinking. Because the thing about the inner critic is that it's not always obvious that the inner critic is the one doing the thinking right now. A lot of times it feels rational and justified and normal because we might be doing it on a daily basis. So here are some common signs that your inner critic might be the one running the show. First off, if you find yourself using harsh, absolute language, or you're engaging in like black and white thinking. I always do this. I never do this. I'm never good enough. That kind of stuff. The inner critic likes to be very definitive and very harsh because you gotta remember, it's a survival tool. And so it doesn't have time to like mince words. It's there to try to protect you, and so it can have a very harsh delivery. And so when you notice my internal delivery is very harsh, it's a good sign that the inner critic is the one doing the thinking. If you ever find yourself comparing yourself to others, like, wow, I wish I was as good looking as them, or I wish I was as tall or as rich, or I wish I had that job or that car or whatever. Or all of the other people my age are doing this, but I'm doing that, and that's not good because I should be doing what everybody else is doing. The inner critic loves to compare you to everybody else. Because it's a nasty ass, lying ass, stanky ass hoe. The inner critic is running the fucking show so far. You're taking the power back. You're taking the power back, that's the thing. You don't even need to hate your inner critic because that's you just being further more critical of yourself. What we want to do is we want to understand and identify and learn how to work with our self-critical thinking because it can be helpful, but we'll get there. Oh, we got to talk about shoulds. We got to talk about shoulds. Should is a word that you should try to limit applying to yourself, because it implies judgment. I should be doing this. What does that mean? I should be doing this. That means that whatever it is that I'm not doing, that is good, and whatever I am doing, that is bad. Who is the observer? Oh, the Atman. Yeah. So yes, avoid shoulding yourself. Why is it good/bad and not worse/better? Ah. You bring up a good point, and that's actually a way that we teach people how to reframe shoulding themselves. So, I'll give you an example. Instead of saying, I should do this, you want to try to reframe it as, it would be better for me if I did this. Because we're trying to put the judgment on the action rather than the judgment on ourselves. TLDR, when you should yourself, it makes you feel like a bad little boy. Who should it all up in his pants. So, a good practice is to regularly ask yourself, is this my authentic voice, or is my inner critic doing the talking? I've been doing this a lot lately, trying to separate my thoughts from my brain's instant reactions. Every time I feel a feeling, I think to myself, that's my brain trying to push me in a direction. Ooh, you're getting there. You're getting there, Mao Hang's dong. You're getting there. What you're witnessing is your growing ability to respond instead of react. Because normally it's very entangled, but when you learn how to take a step back from it and pause and just observe your own mental processes as they unfold, you just kind of lean into that observer self, the part of you that is just aware that you are here, that you are thinking, that you're standing or sitting on this ball of mud that's rotating around a sun and flying through space. I like that framing of find your real feelings versus the force positive self-talk I've had therapists recommend me. Anonymous, thank you for gifting that sub to Mao Hang's dog. Also, thank you for hanging dog. We love to see it. Positive self-talk can feel phony and it can feel forced. But I think there is a fair and balanced way to get there without it feeling like I'm trying to gaslight myself into being happy. Alright, so what we did there at the end, this is an example of a mindfulness exercise. It's just you thinking about your thinking. It'll help you to identify when your inner critic is trying to take over. Feels like The Secret gobbledygook. Yeah, your thoughts create your reality. It's like, okay, well, yes, obviously that's true, but what do I do with that information? It's like learning that your thoughts create your reality doesn't really help you much if people don't teach you how to think. All right. Let's go over a few different types of inner critics, because what you might notice is that your self-critical thoughts can sometimes have different motivations. So let's explore a few. Let's start off with Mr. Obvious, the perfectionist. That voice within you, that critic that's never satisfied and who is always demanding higher standards. Does it make sense to understand how perfectionism is a symptom of anxiety? It's honestly very liberating to realize everything my brain is doing is just a response, but if I don't cave to that thought, it has no real power. A good observation. What you're starting to tap into is a more Eastern approach to psychology, and I love meshing the two. I don't think that either Eastern or Western psychology has it all figured out, but I've had a lot of fun learning from both to try to find something that works the best. Love seeing such an organized stream. I have never in my life had someone accuse me of being organized, so thank you for that. Thank you for the kind words. Holisticism, yep, that's it. It's a more holistic approach to psychology, and it's becoming more popular. You know, stuff like mindfulness and meditation, and you know, it's finding its ways into Western clinics. Very happy Mike sent me here. You know, having Mike's recommendation, knowing that Mike believes in me, makes me feel good. Makes me feel good because he's a smart guy. But anyway, we're glad you found your way here. Alright, so we all know the perfectionist. We all know the perfectionist, that hoity-toity bastard. Let's talk about another example of an inner critic, the comparer. This is the critic that's constantly measuring you against others. And in turn, what that does is it negatively impacts your ability to make and maintain relationships. Because it's hard to be vulnerable, it's hard to let your guard down, it's hard to let people get close because we're always comparing. I have to tell that inner perfectionist my third best is good enough for this task. Exactly. Don't let perfect get in the way of good. That's what I tell my inner perfectionist. Don't let perfect get in the way of good. Why do we kind of have this inner critic / expectation problem ourselves, but there's a few things we want to do and try and just can't easily. Break it down into smaller steps. If a steak is too big to eat in one bite, cut it into smaller pieces. Is it possible to have all of these at once? Yes. What you'll notice is that your inner critic will put on different hats. It likes to dress up because it's, you know, that's just how it is. It likes to be fancy. Because I know we've all had to deal with this one. The guilt tripper. Ooh. The guilt tripper. That inner critic that just loves reminding you of your past mistakes and shortcomings. I'm talking about you specifically. Yes, you. Yes, you, person who said that embarrassing thing in the 6th grade. You thought everybody forgot. I remembered. And I still think you're a stupid fucking idiot for it. I'm kidding. It's fine. We forgot all about it. It's no big deal. What you'll notice is that this critic really likes to show up, especially in vulnerable moments, such as when you're trying to fall asleep. Because normally we have all these walls that we'll put up that we can kind of use to stave off these things, or we'll have other stuff that we can use to distract ourselves. You know, we got shit to do. And then you're lying there in the dark and you're like, hey, remember that time you pooped your pants 27 years ago? You're like, oh no, I'm a pants pooper. And then you've got the doomsayer. And then you've got the doomsayer. This is that inner critic that just loves to predict failure before you even begin. This is the part of you that might view failure as inevitable, and thus it makes you less likely to even try at all. And so this inner critic can very quickly lead you into a self-fulfilling prophecy. My partner once told me guilt is a useless emotion, and that helped a lot for real. I feel like guilt serves a point, but the point is not to carry it with you forever. The reason why we feel guilt or shame is to amend our behavior, or to learn something and to do better. You know? And so it has a purpose. It has a point because it's trying to teach you. It's trying to motivate you to learn and to do better by making you feel bad. But if you learn the lesson, you can let the guilt go. Like, I'm not walking around pooping my pants anymore, so why am I living in such guilt of being a pants pooper? This critic is the reason I don't have or talk to much friends. Then it sounds like you need to say 3 letters to that critic. F-U-B. Anyway, so what you might notice is that these are just the different faces that your inner critic can wear. Sometimes you'll see a mix and match. Sometimes they'll all gang up on you and it feels like you're, you know, just getting dogpiled. Think of it as guilt versus accountability. Accountability facilitates redemption. Guilt is escapism. I see where you're going with that. I see what you mean. I view feelings of like shame and guilt as a motivator for accountability, because accountability is how you free yourself of those hard feelings about the mistakes that you make. Anyway, it's important to recognize all of the different ways that your inner critic will manifest itself, because we're trying to understand what this sneaky, conniving bastard is doing to us. Thoughts or questions on this one before we move on? What is FUB though? Seriously? Fuck you, bitch. I'm just not, it sounds silly, but sometimes it's helpful when you have this like nagging critical voice in the back of your mind to just be like, shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. What are you doing? Sometimes it's helpful. I don't know what to tell you. Sometimes it's nice to just be like, get the fuck out of here. What the fuck are you talking about? They're all subverted somehow. I like the Doomsayer. It foolproofs and the Perfectionist drives wonderful complexity. The other two I barely know. Yep, what you'll notice is that these all stem from the same source, and these are just different ways that it manifests, and you're going to see an interesting, like, interplay between them. My inner critic is so loud that I will verbalize calls for self-harm sometimes. It's alarming. Recognizing that the inner critic is the one that's presenting itself and that's the one that's doing the thinking, it's a good way to help regain control over it. And so even if it's very loud, that just means it's crying out for our attention. That just means it's, because what you'll notice is that if you just try to ignore the inner critic, la la la, I cannot hear you, it will just start getting louder. It'll go, hey, 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 until it's eventually just screaming at you. Anyone else have their inner voice as just sub-verbalization? What I've come to find is that your inner dialogue, your inner monologue, it doesn't have to be stuck on by default. It's like you can turn it on and off with practice. But no, lately my internal monologue is just dabba dabba dap deep dap day, dabba dabba dap beep bap day, deep bap day, deep bap day, dabba dabba dap beep bap day, dabba dabba dap deep bap day. It's just some beat from some 90s techno song. What my inner monologue sounds like. Alright, so how does all this affect us? What does the inner critic do to that big beautiful brain of yours? It's important to understand that if we allow these self-critical thoughts to run wild, it can have a negative impact on both our mental and our physical wellness. My mind is just full of critics of every kind. So the question is, if I have too many critics in my mind, how do I learn to work with them? Do I become more critical of them? Do I critical my way out of critical? Anyway, we're going to talk about how to... Because it depends. It depends, it really does, because some of our critical thoughts might be silly, maybe we learned them later in life, maybe they're not really that ingrained, maybe it's just, the way that you handle them will vary depending on all of that context. And so some of it really is as simple as just telling it to be like, get out of here, what are you doing, you're just being silly. And some of it's important to sit down and be like, okay, I can trace this back, I can see exactly what it was that set this foundation of belief within me, and now, many years later, I have the understanding and the awareness to heal that old wound. And so some of it will be very profound, some of it will be very eye-opening and enlightening, and some of it will just be another random Tuesday. the inner critic, if we let it run wild, it can affect us. It can affect our mental health by eroding our self-esteem, wearing down our confidence. You know, if we're constantly just looking at what we're doing wrong, or if we're being hypercritical, or if nothing's ever good enough, or we're constantly reminding ourselves of past failures, what's that going to do to your sense of self? It can also increase your risk of having anxiety and depression. You know, it can keep you in a high state of stress, and that can lead to more significant struggles down the line. It can also impact your physical behaviors. It can have you locked in these states of analysis paralysis. I got too many options. I don't know what to do. I don't know where to begin. It might lead you into overthinking, and it can lead to procrastination. You might not get anything done. You might have all these ideas, all these goals, but you never get started on any of them. On the flip side, it can also push us into overachievement. It can make it so that we don't do anything, or it can make it go into so that we're doing too much. You know, and pushing us into overachievement, that can lead into burnout, that can lead into resentment, that can even lead into injury. I'm a professional overthinker, so you have a lot of practice in thinking. Then you're going to do great. You're a very practiced thinker. Have you ever tried underthinking? Have you ever tried underthinking? Have you ever, instead of a thought, you just go, But if you can't turn it off, it's not about turning it off. It's about turning it down. It's not about turning it off. Can you turn off your arm? Can't do it, can you? Can you turn off your spleen? Can you turn off your left kidney? You can't. You can't turn it off. When it comes to your thinking, you can't just make yourself not think. If you could, I wouldn't need to be here. This would be way easier. It'd be way easier being a human being. If you could just make yourself not think about shit, that'd be really cool. But, unfortunately, we don't have that ability. And so, it's not about turning it off. It's about learning how to work with it so that it doesn't stress us out so much, and then it becomes less of a presence in our life. It might go from being an all-day, everyday thing into being a once-a-week thing. And that's way better, right? It's a good trade. It's a step in the right direction. All right. Let's talk about how we can work with the inner critic. Even if it's uncomfortable, it's important to remember that not all criticism is bad. I know. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I hate to do this to you. I wish that I could just give you a kiss on your forehead and say you're a perfect little angel, and you fart rainbows and, piss sunshine. I wish, but unfortunately, nobody's perfect. It's important to remember that not all criticism is bad. It can help us to identify avenues for growth and improvement. I can take constructive criticism from others, but I can't from myself. It's because you're very practiced in beating your own ass. And so what you need is a little bit more self-compassion. It is essential that we learn how to distinguish helpful feedback from harmful negativity. Let's just think about that for a minute. Have there been moments where you have been on the receiving end of harmful negativity, but you took it as feedback? Have you ever had anybody who's just like, oh, you're such a stinky, poopy diaper baby? And you're like, oh man, I really need to stop being such a stinky, poopy diaper baby. What advice would you give to a friend is how I've heard it described. Ooh! We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. True, true, true. We're gonna get there. Anyway, you will be much better equipped to handle life if you can distinguish helpful feedback from harmful negativity. It's also helpful to reframe your inner critic as a strict but misguided protector. Because at the end of the day, that's what it is. It's trying to protect us from pain, from exclusion, from whatever it might be. It's trying to protect us, but ultimately it can be very misguided. Because in protecting us, it's also hurting us. Which kind of reminds me of how people were describing the difference between how Superman was portrayed in the new movie versus the one that came out a few years ago. They were saying that in the James Gunn Superman, Superman saves people in the way that a firefighter saves people. But in the Zack Snyder Superman, Superman saves people like a cop saves people. So I guess where I'm going with all that is be more of a fighter and less of a cop. Ultimately, your inner critic is trying to keep you safe, and it takes that job very seriously. This is a bit of an ongoing process, but you'll start to notice positive benefits, even by just practicing it for a little while. But you'll notice this is something that I can keep doing throughout my life. I can approach my self-critical thoughts in a more fair way. The goal here is to try to balance discipline and compassion. Which, by the way, if you're new here, we did a presentation a couple days ago on this exact topic. How to balance self-discipline with self-compassion. Critics got an agenda. It's true. They're trying to keep their job. Your inner critic is trying to maintain job security. And it does that by overacting. Wow, look at how much work I'm doing. So it's not that we're going to fire the inner critic, we're just going to demote them. Anyway, if you're interested in hearing more about that topic, we did a presentation on it just the other day, and so you can find the VOD there, the balancing act, self-discipline versus self-compassion. So late, you're right on time. All right, let's go over some tools. We're here to learn how to tame our inner critic. Let's talk about some tools and how you can make that happen. Here are a few examples that you can utilize. First up, let's talk about externalizing. And this is a bit of a broad one because there's a lot of different ways you can do it, but the whole point here is you are trying to have more fun with your inner critic. Give your critic a name. Imagine it as a character. Give it a silly voice. This will help you to remember that I am not my thoughts, I am the thinker of thoughts. This is my brain, aha! I'm actually the one in charge here. A bad character or a good one? Goopins, that's your choice. I have to try to make up a silly voice. My go-to is Statler and Waldorf.
Ladies and gentlemen, Statler and Waldorf, the two old gentlemen who usually sit up here, have died. Fuzzy, they have not. Ha 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 ha.
That was great! Fantastic!
Yeah, didn't like it.
Well, what would you know, you old fool?
Don't call me an old fool. I'll give you the evil eye.
Oh, I'm scared, I'm scared!
I warned him.
Make him sound like Jordan Peterson?
Wake me when-
That's another good example. You can make him sound like Jordan Peterson. Canadian Kermit. Wish I could do a Kermit the Frog voice. Kermit the Frog here. If you want to do Jordan Peterson, you gotta be able to do Kermit. Because you gotta be able to make him Canadian. Anyway, if you've never seen The Muppet Show, these were two old dude Muppets who sat up in the balcony and just trolled the entire time. And so it's a fun example of a character that you could assign to your inner critic.
Turn off! What do you suppose they call that? A novelty act?
I don't know, but it wasn't too bad.
Well, that's a novelty.
Fire down below. Great number.
Thanks.
Thanks. You didn't write fire down below.
No, but the guy who did had just had a bowl of my chili.
Here. Catch.
Waste of time. Nothing will save this show.
Well,
Anyway, the point is to try to have a bit more fun with it. You know, if you have an inner critic and it's like, gosh, you're such an idiot, it's like, gosh, you're such an idiot. Like, okay, whatever. I'm not an idiot. I was just pretending to be one. And I am a very good actor. What you'll notice is that in doing this, you have control over this inner voice. It's your brain, after all. You know, if You know, we talked about how that inner critic often has a certain voice or a tone, and what you'll notice is that you can change that. And it can help to take away the impact, and it can help you to think about it from a new perspective, because it's not little me getting yelled at by a big adult. It's big me listening to some whiny little, you know, like, gosh, you're such an idiot. Like, okay. Another tool that you can try is to engage in a dialogue with the inner critic. When the inner critic speaks, you respond as a supportive inner voice. Like, gosh, you're such an idiot. Yes, and? Engage with it. Like, sure, I make mistakes, but I'm trying my best. Well, that's just not good enough. Well, I don't know what to tell you. It is what it is. You know, have a little back and forth with it. Don't just let it speak your truth. Mindfulness is another helpful practice. And in this context, to be mindful would simply to be aware, to just observe the critic without buying into what it's saying. Study it, understand it, own it. Just listen to it. What you'll notice is that if you are simply just being mindful and aware of what your inner critic is doing, it'll run out of stuff to do. It'll stop shit-talking you, because the way that you are accustomed to it going is the inner critic says something and it generates an emotional response within me, and then I respond to that emotional response by either doing more thinking or engaging in some sort of behavior. And so to just be mindful is to just step back from the critic and just listen. Okay. Let him play out the tape. When you get better with talking to the inner critic, will it change what it says or its tone? Undoubtedly. It'll probably just sound more like you. Because, as we mentioned before, healthy criticism is a good thing. And so we want to have a good working relationship with the part of our brain that can engage in self-critical thought, because that helps us to identify avenues for growth. It helps us to achieve our full potential and to be our best selves. You want it to help you with your motives and help you to achieve your goals. You don't want it to be so heavy and so self-defeating that you don't do anything. It's like an overprotective parent, and the way that it protects you is like, you're gonna never leave your room. We're gonna lock all the doors, we're gonna shut all the blinds, you will never go outside. That will keep you safe. It's an overactive protector. And overactive protectors often do a lot of harm. Self-compassion is a important practice to help balance things out within you, especially if you've been highly critical of yourself. And this ties into what Mao Heng's dog was talking about earlier when we've talked about stuff like the best friend technique. You practice speaking to yourself as you would to someone that you really care about. And so whatever it is that you're being critical about of yourself in that moment, imagine that it's happening to your best friend. And then they're like, hey, I'm feeling this type of way. What would you say to them? How would you respond? This is a helpful practice in teaching you to view yourself as someone that you care about very deeply. Thoughts or questions about any of these before we move forward? That can be challenging when you really don't like yourself. You don't have to like yourself, but you love yourself enough to do something about it. Huh? Let me explain. We often associate that like comes before love. Before I love somebody, I like somebody. And that like grows into love. But when it comes to ourself, it works in the opposite direction. We are very aware of every single moment that we've ever lived. We've been there the whole time. We've seen it all happen. And so we can be very self-critical of ourselves because we are well aware of all of our faults, all of our flaws, every single mistake we've made, every time we've said the wrong thing, every time we've accidentally hurt somebody, every time we've been embarrassed or felt ashamed. And so all of that together can sometimes combine with, wow, I don't really like this person. They've messed up a lot. When it comes to yourself, your love for yourself should be unconditional. And I can recognize that there are some things about me that I do not like, but that doesn't stop me from loving myself. What that does is that enables me to change those things and to find whatever it is I need to be able to grow in the way that I need to grow. And so, by loving myself, I can learn to like myself. That's where I have trouble. I have a very difficult time being neutral or objective, especially with myself. You would not be the first, and you will definitely not be the last. And so the cool thing is that when you learn how to handle that, you'll be able to teach other people how to handle it. Because that's the only way that we're going to maintain our sanity, is if we get our shit together and then we help other people get their shit together. The irony of being overly self-critical is that it makes us less likely to actually achieve what we're working towards. We are very self-critical because we feel like it's going to help us in some way, but it almost always ends up hindering us. And so to be more compassionate with yourself is often a good thing. Like, if you have an issue with being too critical of yourself, do you think that being more critical of yourself is going to fix it? Probably not. You know, if you're digging a hole, and you're trying to get out of the hole, quit digging down. Maybe I actually don't know what love is. Try this. Just put your hand over your heart and just try to feel love. That little guy in there, that little heart of yours that's pumping away right now, has been working for you 24/7, 365, keeping your ass alive. If that's not love, I don't know what is. And so if you want to try to feel love, try to feel about you the way that your heart feels about you. It's crazy about you. 24/7, day in, day out, keeping your ass alive. If that's not love, I don't know what is. The thing about love is that at sometimes it can feel very simple, very obvious, and in other ways it can feel very confusing, very nuanced, very ethereal. And I think that's the cool thing about love, is that it can come in so many different shapes and forms. There is not one singular way in which love is expressed or manifested. I would say it's also caring about bettering yourself and increasing your enjoyment of life. Exactly. It's like you start treating yourself better and caring about bettering yourself because you deserve it. Because you feel like, you know what? I do deserve it. I shouldn't suffer with my thoughts day in, day out. Love is scary, but it's also so fucking cool. I want people to be afraid of how much they love me.
Would I rather be feared or loved? Easy, both. I want people to be afraid of how much they love me. And I think I proved that today at the dojo.
Bettering myself will make me better for others. Exactly. The real hack here is that once you figure out that the people who like you want to see you doing well and they want to see you happy, and you recognize that by bettering myself, I'm also doing good for the people I care about, it's a win-win. Because I'm no longer doing it just for me, I'm also doing it for them. Don't your friends, your loved ones, the people who cherish you, want to see you happy and healthy and doing well? Then do it for them. Wouldn't they want you to be nicer to yourself? Do it for them. Wouldn't they want you to be a little less self-critical and a bit more self-compassionate? Do it for them. Want everyone in this chat to be happy? Then start with yourself and let it radiate outwards. Also, if I'm doing better, it makes me more functional all around, which makes it easier for me to help them if they need it. Which says to me that you are a kind and compassionate and generous person, and you deserve to show that same energy to yourself. Why would you punish yourself for being such a good person by being so overly critical of yourself? right? Let's do a little bit of reframing practice. I want to go over some common self-critical thoughts and maybe explore some ways that we can reframe those thoughts in a more fair and balanced way. You know, have you ever thought, I'm not good enough? Been there. A healthy reframe for that thought: I am learning and growing every day. Just a reminder that you are good enough right now as you are, you stupid idiot. I'm kidding. You're not a stupid idiot. But the first part I did mean. You are good enough right now as you are. And the good news is that you could continue to get even better. Why would you be a stupid idiot? You're watching the brain domain. You think anybody who watches this stream is a stupid idiot? I don't make content for stupid idiots. I make content for big-brained giga-chads. How about I always mess things up? Again, that's the critic using that very definitive, finalistic language. Always, never. You know, the critic loves to use that type of language. And so we're going to reframe that. Mistakes are a part of progress. Making mistakes means that you're trying. And as long as you're learning, you're growing. I will never reach my goals. So long as I focus on the step that is in front of me, reaching my goals will be an inevitability. How about everyone else is doing better than me? You know, here I am, 48 years old, and everybody else is doing better than me. We don't want to compare ourselves to everyone else because comparison is the theft of joy. Words to live by. I am on my own path, at my own pace. I constantly compare myself to everyone else, then knock it off. Quit it. Come up with some ideas of what you could do instead when you catch yourself doing it. What we don't want to do is this. What we don't want to do is catch ourselves doing it, like, oh, there I go comparing myself to everyone again. Gosh, I'm so stupid, why can't I do better? And then it just kind of feeds into another negative cycle. And so what we want to do is, oh hey, I'm comparing myself to other people. I'm glad I recognized that. That's a good thing. This is an opportunity for growth. I can go do something else instead. This is where it's nice to have some things in mind. I cannot understate how important it is to try to open up to that mindset of whenever you catch yourself making a mistake, to not punish yourself for it, but instead to view it as an opportunity for learning and growth. No one else is better at being me. It's true. It's true. You are the foremost expert on being you. I love these reframes. I'm a master reframer. Anyway, I just really want to reiterate, if there's one thing that you take away from all of this today, whenever you catch yourself engaging in one of these old behaviors, instead of using that as fuel to get stuck in a negative cycle, try to view it as an opportunity. Oh, I'm being overly critical of myself, or I'm comparing myself to others. I'm glad I noticed it. This is an opportunity, because that's where you actually do the work. You do the work in the moment. You can redirect the thought in the moment that you have it. And so it should almost be a moment of excitement. Like, oh yeah, it's that thing. This is what I've been waiting for. I've been waiting for this thought to pop up so that I can redirect it. How about that thought that I should have done more? I should have done more when I was young and dumb and full of shit. Should have done more. We don't want to shut ourselves here, okay? We're not gonna shut our pants. I did the best I could with what I had. If you are dredging up the past as a means of punishing yourself for what you have done or where you're at right now, does that ever take you anywhere good? It kind of takes you deeper and deeper down. So let's practice. Practice time. All right, chat. Time to put on your thinking caps. What's one sentence that your inner critic often says to you? You can share it with the chat if you'd like. You can keep it to yourself if that's what you'd like to do. But just think about something that your inner critic likes to stick in your face. So identify that thought, and then let's think about how we could reframe it with kindness. Think about that thought, and let's try to reframe it with kindness. I see some really good examples of these self-critical thoughts in chat, and I would love to just reframe all of them for you, but I think you will take more away from it if you do the reframe yourself. Heavy's another. You did good. Did good. You should be more productive. reframed into I'm doing the best I can with the energy I have. I don't need to be productive all the time. True. Also, taking time for rest and rejuvenation helps you to be more productive than if you just grind away. I had a wonderful day, which rarely happens, but right now I'm really anxious and scared that tomorrow I'm going to be back to being depressed. Well, that's tomorrow's problem. We don't want to ruin today by what could possibly happen tomorrow, right? If we let that fear run the show, it's more than likely gonna make it happen. And so just try to enjoy today while you have it. Tomorrow's a new day, and it could be a fine day. We don't know that yet. We'll worry about that when we get there. You are enough, but like I can't just think I am enough. You're getting close, Goobins. You're getting close. It's not about just reframing isn't always just flipping your thought into the opposite of that thought. It's not always, I don't think I'm enough and flipping that into I am enough. It's like, wow, thanks, Doc, I'm cured. It doesn't really work that way. It could be something more like, right now, I don't think that I am enough, but I am working on it. And so sometimes a reframe is just an indication that we are aware of it and that we are working on it. I think I understand better now. Yeah, it's about making a slight change to the existing thought so that we can practice thinking in a different way. That's what reframing is all about. It's an exercise in self-compassion. It can help you to break free of cycles and, yeah, very powerful stuff. I feel like part of my problem involves an unusual lack of life experience and interaction/relationships with others, which has left me with a lack of understanding and distorted beliefs. But you're so self-aware. How can you claim that you also have a lack of understanding? I think you do understand. You understand a lot of stuff. Maybe there are areas for growth, and that's okay, because we've all got those. I'm not good enough, nor will I ever be, reframed into I am not enough now, but with time and healing I will become better. I'm gonna step in. We're gonna workshop it just a little more, because we're still not going to say to ourselves in the reframe that I am not enough. You can say, I feel like I am not enough, but we're not going to make a statement of fact that I am not enough. We're letting that go. And we're acknowledging we're moving in a different direction. And so right now you might not feel like you are enough, and that is true. And so we're going to acknowledge that. We're going to own it. But we're also going to recognize that I don't want to feel that way forever, and so I'm working on it. I'm very, very self-conscious because I recognize I'm different, but that's what makes you cool. If you were just like everybody else, you'd be boring as hell. Life is about learning to appreciate your special sauce. Whatever it is that makes you unique. Your own individual flavor of weird. So get the negative aspect out of it. What we're trying to do is get the definitiveness out of it, because you're saying like, I am not enough now in the reframe, but that's what we're not. Well, that's what we're letting go of. Like, it's okay to recognize that I feel that way right now, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's true. We don't want to state it as if it is fact. It's okay to have a feeling. It's okay to have a feeling that's self-critical or self-defeating, but we can recognize that it's not a statement of fact and that I'm working on changing my thoughts. It's a small but important step in the right direction. Do we want to do any more reframing while we're here? Any more reframers? I feel like I am not enough, but I am working on becoming better. A+. My brain can't not see that as gaslighting myself. Congratulations, Sasha, you figured it out. Just remember this, you're already gaslighting yourself into being miserable. So if you're going to be gaslighting yourself one way or the other, why not try to do it in a way that's more fair and compassionate? And I'm not saying that as if you actually are gaslighting yourself by being more fair and balanced with yourself, but I recognize how it can feel that way. And so I say what I say because stepping out of that belief, you kind of have to recognize, like, I'm already gaslighting myself by insisting in my own misery. Does the critic really know? Is it an oracle? It likes to make you think it is. It likes to make you think like it's this all-knowing, all-wise, you know, but it really isn't. Maybe I could learn to gaslight myself into thinking positive thoughts that I start to feel it and believe in them more. By the time you get there, you will believe them and they will feel true and they will feel real. It's kind of like fake it till you make it. You know, you start off by being nicer to yourself, by being more compassionate to yourself, and even though it doesn't feel right, it's still helping you. And the reason why it feels wrong is because you're used to beating the shit out of yourself all the time. And so, like, hey, why am I being so nice to myself all of a sudden? This doesn't feel right. This is unusual. Am I fooling myself? I just want you to take a step back from all of this for a second and take a look at what's going on. Take a step back from what's going on here. Why are you arguing on behalf of your own misery? Why are you so insistent that I need to be miserable? Why is that the side that you're fighting for? I have a question for you. Very simple. Yes or no answer. Do you want to be happy? Then do it. One of the practices that I like to do is referred to as the path of unconditional happiness. It's one of the highest practices that a person can do because it solves everything. What you recognize is that happiness really is a choice. We just let a lot of things get in the way. well, I would be happy, but there's people on the planet that are struggling right now. There are people out there who are victims of crime and violence and starvation, and that really bums me out. So I cannot be happy right now because there is suffering in the world. So you'll be happy once there's no more suffering in the world? Well, maybe. They still canceled my favorite TV show. What you'll notice is that we love to talk ourselves out of happiness. And that if you really want to enjoy more joy and more happiness in your life, you just have to let it in. You just have to surrender to it. Stop trying to fight it. The world isn't super conducive to it lately either. That's why I'm doing it as a form of protest. If the world insists that you need to be miserable, then be happy in protest of that misery. Do it as an act of defiance. Do it as an act of rebellion. Like, I can tell that the people in power want me to be miserable. They want me to suffer. They want me to, just roll over and take it. But I'm not going to give them what they want. I also have guilt and shame about stuff. Did the guilt and shame teach you a lesson? Did it make you a better person? Have you learned from those moments of guilt and shame and you're like, yeah, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm not going to say those things anymore. I'm not going to behave in that type of way because I'm not that type of person? Then there's no need to continue to punish yourself as if you were still that person. You are who you are right now. And right now, you could be whoever the fuck you want to be. I'm going to love everyone. That includes you. That includes you. Don't forget. Don't forget. That includes you. You're not allowed to exclude yourself. I guess. Why would you, of all 8 billion people on this planet, be the one person who is exempt from your own self-love? Make that make sense to me. Like I'm 5 years old, like I'm a kindergartner. Make it make sense to me. Love this Prezi already. I told you we cooked on this one. I tried to warn you. Kindergartners tend to understand it intuitively even. That's why I asked it in that way. I'm like, explained it to me like you would explain it to a little kid. I'll let the presentation proof and bake. Goobins, you've been doing great. I just want to say, Goobins, you've been doing great. You're like a handful of aha moments away from like feeling really good. I can see it. The pieces are all coming together. I can see it. Can the inner critic be less verbal where it just replays a bad memory rather than talk to you? A good example. Good example, Ronnie. Way to go, Ronnie. That's another good example. Sometimes it might be visual. Sometimes it might be sensory. Sometimes it might be even like more physical, like in the body. And so recognizing that as a manifestation of your inner critic is really important. You address it in the same way. You recognize what it is that's going on. I don't know how to take that. I want to say thank you, but I don't know how to very well. Like this. Thank you. It's a good place to start. Any more reframes before we go? Any more reframes before we move on? I'm in a reframing mood. All right, let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up. Remember that your inner critic does not need to be your enemy. It is simply an internal voice that is in need of guidance. When we work to increase our mindful awareness and we practice self-compassion, we can shift away from these self-defeating critical thoughts and move towards stable growth. So, we do not need to silence our inner critic. We need to understand where they're coming from. We need to listen to what they're saying. And we need to reframe those thoughts in a fair and balanced way. Thank you, chat. Thank you all. This has been the How to Tame Your Inner Critic presentation. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? If you'd like a copy of these slides, you can type !slides in the chat. They are also posted in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, how many members are we at now? How many members are we at? We were at like 665, so we might be at 666 right now. Yeah, we got 665. Do you want to be member 666? Join today. You can be the 666th member. What movie are y'all watching? Would it be too much if we watched like a 3-hour-long movie? Because I wanted to watch Amadeus. I've been in a classical music kick, and I've been thinking about watching the Academy Award film, the Academy Award winning 1984 film Amadeus. Never seen that one? It's the story about Mozart. He really was just a genius, but he also was a little bit crazy. I think personally, one of my favorite composers was Ludwig van Beethoven. I have a lot of respect for Ludwig van Beethoven because he wrote his Ninth Symphony when he was deaf. He had been losing his hearing for years, just slowly going more and more deaf. And by the time he got around to writing his 9th and final symphony, he was totally deaf. And it's also one of the most beautiful compositions that I've ever heard created by human beings. This was back in a time period where, like, extremely wealthy people would pay musicians to make symphonies and orchestras and operas because they wanted to, like, celebrate the love that they had for God or something. They were doing, like, the whole mood was just... The more you think about it, the more like, damn, this is actually pretty impressive. You got all these people together and you learned how to play all this music and you made all these instruments and you're all playing them in sync. And I think Beethoven, oh yeah, so Beethoven, when he was like losing his hearing and when he went totally deaf, he would use bone conduction to still be able to like hear things by like vibrating his skull. And so he would like bite down on a piece of metal that was attached to his piano. It's like mad respect. Anyway, Beethoven's Ninth Symphony is probably one of my favorite pieces of music ever. It's the thing that, like, if an alien came down to Earth and they're like, "So, what's humanity all about?" Like, that's one of the things that I would want to show them. But like, check this shit out. And I'd be like, "Hey, would you believe that the guy who wrote this could not hear when he wrote this?" I like Debussy. Yeah, we all know you like Debussy. We all know you like Debussy. It's just always Debussy, Debussy, Debussy with you people, isn't it? Anyway, chat, thoughts, questions, comments on this presentation? Or on this topic? How are you feeling? Did you learn something? Feel a little bit more equipped to handle your self-critical thinking? I've learned I've still got a lot of work to do, but you can do it more joyfully. That's the thing. You recognize that you will always be a work in progress, that there will always be work to do, but I don't need to resent that. I can enjoy that. I can love that. I can embrace it. Every day is a new opportunity to learn and to grow and to go deeper into my emotions, to experience the richness of all that life has to offer to me. And so it feels like work, but if you know, it doesn't have to be work. It could be something that you love to do. I feel like we all have a lot of work to do, but that doesn't have to be a bad thing, because you don't have to do all that work today. You've got the whole of the rest of your life to do it. I hope we get Paul Remus one more time. Oh, I hope so. I have my work cut out for me. Yeah, but it's in good hands. else could do the job? You know, who else would you trust to work with your brain? You are the first and foremost expert on you. And so, of all people, I feel like you would stand the best chance at figuring out how to make your brain work for you. Sometimes I find it difficult to receive compliments. My brain immediately goes to invalidating the compliment or suspecting the person of dishonesty. Happens more often than you might think. Accepting compliments isn't always easy, especially if you don't believe or you don't identify with whatever it is that they're saying about you.
Floating in from the fifth dimension. Hi, I'm Paul Remus. From the makers of Now You, the instant identity upgrade for the metaphysically impatient. And Yoga Smart, the only yoga program that dares to say you literally don't need to remove a rib, comes the next evolutionary step in your soul care journey. Introducing the Gentle Exit, the world's first spiritually charged, emotionally sound, ceremonially vibrating program designed to help you end things peacefully. Your true freedom.
Quick, Goobins, do something else with your power. Say that you're gonna have a great day. Say that, you know, do something else with it.
Numbers that expired 3 soul cycles ago. You feel guilt when you consider simply walking away. The Gentle Exit invites you to stop the spiral of overthinking and start the soft dance of release. In this powerfully passive 3-day unprogram, you'll unlock essential departure techniques like the soft block, energy protection meets digital hygiene, the emotional mute button, set boundaries without sounding like a TED Talk, and our signature move, Peace Out Pose, a graceful cinematic retreat from the chaos, accompanied by a soft breeze and subtle sound. You'll also master the ancient art of the vanished vow, an internal affirmation that says, I am no longer available for this nonsense. All of this for the incredibly reasonable price of absolutely nothing, because letting go shouldn't require a subscription plan. No contracts, no karma, just closure. So take a breath, say your thank yous, put down the emotional baggage you didn't even pack, and walk forward into your next beginning, not because you're broken, but because you're done pretending you're not whole. The Gentle Exit, because not all chapters end with a bang. Some just fade into grace. Call now or don't. Either way, the door is open.
I want to go back to that topic that we were talking about before we all got Paul Remused. If you're not familiar with Paul Remus, I play this DMCA free track. It's got 262 songs, 9 hours and 30 minutes of music, and Paul Remus pops up like twice. And we somehow got him 3 times today. So I don't know how that happened. But before we got Paul Remus, we were talking about taking a compliment. We thought about taking a compliment. So let's talk about that for a minute. Let's talk about taking a compliment. Let's think about that for a moment. How about this? What is a compliment that you would take? Think about that for a moment. What is a compliment that you would have no problem accepting? Think about that for a moment. Think about that for a moment. What is a compliment that someone could offer to you that you would have no problem accepting? This is a nice activity to help you to recognize your strengths and also to recognize your areas of confidence. So I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick, but I want you to think about that. I'll be right back. I just want you to think, what is a compliment that I would have no problem accepting? Someone said I take good pictures of flowers, and I was okay with that. That's good. Now go deeper into it. What does being good at taking flower pictures mean about you? It means you have an eye for art and composition. It means that you're willing to get out there and go on adventures and explore. Just go deeper and deeper in. Be right back. Wow. Wow. I noticed what my subtitles said when I was walking out and my stream was on in the living room. And I saw what the subtitles said whenever I said continue to go deeper and deeper in, and then I said be right back. But the subtitle said bareback. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. Go deeper and deeper in bareback. Wow. How inappropriate. All right. So the reason why I was having you do that exercise to think about a compliment that you would be okay with taking is because it's an entry point. When you start looking more closely at that compliment and what that means about you and what it means about your characteristics, you uncover more and more about you that you like and that you approve of. And so it's a good practice to be more open and aware and accepting of words of affirmation from others. Like bug me and flower me. Would you say that that's a more realistic depiction of who you truly are? Would you say that in those moments you feel truly yourself? Aha, so you do like you. Gotcha. feel the physical repulsion to compliments for me is partially a side effect of perfectionism. Yeah, perfectionism sucks, doesn't it? Perfectionism has a way of ruining everything, even though it demands everything be perfect. Isn't that ironic? And also because the narrative is so opposed to what my inner voice often says, it ends up having a jarring effect, right? Especially if what the person says is the opposite of what we believe about ourselves, we're very likely to just be like, huh, just dismiss it. Is that Aldi Red Thunder thing? Sure is. I'm riding the lightning. So we recognize that when we have a hard time accepting compliments, the work that we have to do is within us. So let's get to work. Let's do that work. We start by identifying something that we do like about ourselves, as difficult as that may or may not be. Just want to say, chat, you're looking very cute today. There's something about your aura. Did you change your hair? All of the external forms are lovely. I love that image of Tim Pool getting his beanie yanked off. It's so funny. Chat, how you feeling? Let's check the question box. Got a couple in the question box. Guess we're ready to get back to it. I'm okay, how are you? Oh, I'm living. I'm living right now. Alright, we got some questions in the box, so we're gonna get back to it. Penny, do you want to go out too? Or are you gonna lay down? Hold on, I'm gonna... Atticus wanted to leave the room and now he's just out in the house barking, so I'm gonna go see what that old dog wants. I'm gonna go see if Casey will let him outside. The dog has one volume setting, and it's 12. He borked himself deaf. I'm pretty sure that his hearing loss has been exacerbated by the sheer volume of barking that he has done. I hear him out there right now. He's doing it. I don't even know what he's doing it about. He's just barking. Woof, woof. When you're getting his food ready, he will, if you don't stop him, he will just bark the entire time that you're getting his food ready. He will just bark nonstop, full volume, right at you while you're feeding him. It's like, dude, you're not making me want to go any faster. You're making me want to go slower just to spite you. He's a bit of a demanding dog. Love him to death. He loves to bark. Alright, let's take a look at these questions. I struggle with my body or just general self-image really badly. I believe I'm one of the few actually ugly people that exist in this world. I get nauseous and feel sick whenever someone even thinks about taking a picture of me. I do everything to avoid not just looking at the mirror, but not even being visible to it. I avoid people all the time just so I'm not seen, and I wear outfits that hide my body and cover my form. I feel severely uncomfortable just being within viewing distance of somebody, and I feel an immense guilt when others stare at me. I can't even shower without breaking down, since being naked, looking at my naked self, and touching it makes me spiral, and I start hyperventilating, clawing at myself, and start self-harming, wishing I could just cut open my stomach and disembowel myself. Don't do that. That's a bad idea. I would not recommend that. Don't do that. But even then, I fear being seen this ugly, so I just wait for the time I do it when my body won't be found. Any tips? Talk to somebody about it. This is something that you can work on. This is something that can get better, but it's going to be something that's probably going to take some work, and it's going to be something that talking to somebody who knows their stuff will help you to get there. Because what you're doing right now is you're creating a self-fulfilling prophecy. You don't like how you look, and so it interferes with how you act and how you engage with other people, which further contributes to you not liking how you look, and it just creates this spiral where it just gets worse and worse and more stressful. We don't want to feed into that cycle because that's what's leading us into these like self-harming behaviors. What you'll notice is that when you get caught in these thought loops, they become emotionally overwhelming, and then we do things that are painful as a way of distracting ourselves or compensating for that emotional pain, that psychological pain. I would highly encourage you to talk to somebody about it, because it sounds like it's causing you a great deal of stress. And we would like to see you not be so stressed, because it's feeding into the problem that you're having. Stress is perpetuating the issue. So let me ask you a question. What would be the worst thing that could happen if you were to just not care what other people thought about you? What would be the worst thing that could happen if you did not care what you looked like? Talk to who about it? A friend? A loved one? A counselor? A doctor? A nurse? A professional? I mean, I'm bullied and harassed constantly. I just can't make any friends. I just want to gently remind you of something. Even in how you treat yourself. Because when you assign the username to yourself, I'm so rancid, it sounds like you're, in a way, you're also bullying yourself. And I think the way out is compassion. Hearing stuff constantly makes you start to believe it. Alright, then maybe we can't control what other people do. We can't control what other people say. What can we control? The only thing that we can control is how we choose to respond to it. And so how would you like to respond to it? Don't know how to respond to it, but I just want to be seen for myself maybe, but I'm scared that even that will be shunned. Then you are preemptively rejecting yourself. Because there are people out there who do not give a shit what you look like. There are people out there who just do not care. That is the least of their worries, your physical form. The people who do care about that are typically very shallow. Why do we need to assign our self-worth based on the thoughts and opinions of shallow-minded people? Does that sound fair? Does that sound healthy? Don't let people who don't know you tell you what you should think about yourself. Why would they be the expert on who you are? They don't know you. Also suggest to change your values and not put an emphasis on looks. I'm in a small town. I'm glad you're still meeting people, and I'm glad you're still forming friendships. Would you agree that people tend to be harder on themselves than they need to be? When it comes to criticizing themselves, would you say that people tend to be more harsh than they should be? As harsh as they should be, or too lenient with themselves? I feel like people tend to lean towards overly harsh with themselves. I try to rationalize that anyone that would make fun of me when I don't know them because of something I'm wearing or how I look are not people that I value the opinions of anyway. Well said, Mao hangs dong. Mao is hanging dong today, by the way. Mao has got that big thing just flapping in the wind. But that's true. If anything, these people are doing you a favor by letting you know sooner rather than later that they suck. The nicest thing that a shitty person can do is let you know right away that they're not a good person. And so if you meet somebody and they're just initially just obsessed with what you're wearing or how you look, thank you. Thank you for letting me know that you're somebody that I don't need to invest any more time or energy in. Because you're too caught up in the material. You're too fixated on my physical form. And I've got a whole fucking universe floating around in this noggin, and you're not gonna get to see any of it. Because you're a shallow little goon. I'd be more worried if shitty people liked me, lol. You bring up a good point, because this is something that we don't normally think about, but this is also a problem that can exist. Sometimes, when people are outwardly, aesthetically attractive by like conventional means, people will treat them some type of way. They might be more likely to be objectified. They may be more likely to be dismissed for their other qualities outside of their physical attractiveness. Surely you couldn't be hot and funny. Surely you couldn't be attractive and smart. And so even being attractive isn't all it's cracked up to be, because people are still going to make judgments and assumptions about you based on your physical appearance. So that happens regardless of what you look like. It just affects you in a different way. And ultimately, those are just people that you don't want to engage with because they suck. Whenever I'm hanging around people and they're too focused on like what people look like, or they're commenting on other people's appearance, it's like, okay, I'm done here. I don't need to hang out with you because there's an infinite number of other things that you could be talking about, and you're choosing to talk about people's physical appearance? No thank you. I'm good. Well, what you're mentioning is, I think it's important to recognize that you need to remind yourself that you are deserving of good self-care. And so that means doing proper hygiene, making sure that I'm wearing clothes that suit me and that look nice. They don't have to be expensive, but they at least fit me properly. They're not torn or dirty. Because we can be so hard on ourselves that we stop caring about those things. We're like, why bother? Why bother taking a shower? Why bother brushing my teeth or doing my hair? Because you deserve it. Because you deserve to take good care of yourself. That's why. Doesn't need to be anything else. I had a glow up in the past 3 years, and I definitely attracted a lot of shallow and shitty people at some point. See? See? You run into shallow, shitty people all the time, no matter what you look like. And so sometimes even like being conventionally attractive isn't all it's cracked up to be. You know, not that I'm trying to say we need to have more sympathy for hot people. What I'm saying is people can be very judgmental. People can be very shallow. And we don't need to fixate or focus on those people. Because that's not what we're here to do. We're interested in more things than that. How do I find good people then, especially if I struggle with communication? This is good practice. We work really hard to maintain a space that's great practice for people to open up with their communication. So you're among friends here. I don't even have a proper sense of self since I've got no hobbies. Then you do have a hobby. Your new hobby? You want me to tell you what it is? Spoiler alert. Your new hobby is finding out what my hobbies are. What's something that you've always wanted to learn how to do? What's something that you've always been interested in that you haven't really had the time to invest in? I'm sorry for being really pessimistic, by the way. Since you're new, I just want to let you know that we have a rule here, and that is no apologizing. And when you apologize, you get bonked. That's the rule. What I believe is that the way that a person looks outwardly is the least interesting thing about them. You guys are weird, but in a cool way. Thank you. That's very nice of you to say. I'm having a panic attack thinking about the state of the world. I have a wife, baby daughter, and pets. I'm having trouble telling my wife how I feel because I feel like I have to stay strong for them. What if you could do both? What if you could talk about your worries but also project strength? Because I can guarantee that your wife also has worries, and it's okay to come together and to talk about them, and to prepare for them, and to plan for them. Because that's the best thing to do with that energy. Turn it into productivity. You all can take turns. Another good idea. You can take turns leaning on each other. One of the best parts about having a healthy relationship is that when you need somebody to lean on, you can lean on them, and when they need somebody to lean on, they can lean on you. That's what it's all about. She won't think that you are less of a man if you show weakness. She shouldn't. Some people do, but that's rare. It does, like, I'm not gonna say that it doesn't happen because it does happen, but that's just another example of how the patriarchy has influenced not just men, but also women. But I think that you and your wife could come together and talk about how you're both feeling about the state of the world, and then just go over some ideas of how you two will handle it as a family. I think it's more manly if they can show vulnerability. Like, you and I can recognize that. A lot of us here can recognize that. Like, vulnerability is actually a strength. Not all people will recognize that, but I feel like a lot of people do. Some people will be like, ew, a man showing feelings? Ew, a man crying? Oh, that gave me the ick. Like, congratulations, you have bought into the patriarchy. Real men aren't afraid of feeling their feelings. I think what will help you to feel better is not feeling like I have to shoulder all of this myself, like I have to be some big strong man and I have to shoulder all of this fear and worry all on my own and I can't talk to anybody about it, otherwise they'll think that I'm a poo-poo diaper baby. You're not a poo-poo diaper baby. You're not. So talk to your wife about it. Just be like, hey, wife, how have you been feeling lately about all of the goings-on in the world? I myself have been feeling a bit uneasy about things. How about you? Just have a conversation about it. I feel like that'll help you to feel better. It'll help her to feel better. You'll be on the same page and you'll be like, okay, if shit does hit the fan, like, this is what we'll do. We'll have a plan. That'll make everybody feel better. My plan is I'm going out into the woods and I'm gonna eat acorns and drink creek water, and I'm just gonna wait for all of this to blow over. I'm gonna go practice my bushcrafting. So yeah, questioner, I feel like part of the reason why you're feeling that panic is because you're feeling like I have to shoulder all of this myself and I don't want to burden anybody else with my worry. But that doesn't have to be the case. You two can come together and talk about your worries as a team. And you can support one another in that. You know, because if you're worried about stuff, I bet they're worried about stuff too. And so it might be nice to just remind the other that you're there for them and that you'll find a way through and you'll do this as a team. Oh, it's coming down. Oh, I heard it. I heard it out there. It's storming. We're having a little bit of a thunderstorm today. The rain is pouring down. Thanks everyone, it's me. Good old Felonious at it again. No, I think it would be, don't you think it would be nice to, you know, just sit down with your wife and just talk about how both of you are feeling about the state of things? So that you can both just be on the same page and talk about, like, you know, what would we do if, you know... Do you think humanity was supposed to have the internet because it is cooking our brains? I feel like when you look at humanity and you understand why there are warning labels on everything, and then you recognize that some of this technology has no warning labels. There's no warning labels on the internet. There's no warning labels on these chatbots. There's no warning labels on social media. But you gotta put a warning label on just about everything else because humans will always find some unique way to do harm to themselves. I think ultimately the internet is a net good because it has allowed us to, congregate all of the collective knowledge of our species. That's pretty cool. It could also make us anxious. It could make us uncomfortable about ourselves. It can give us body image issues. Of all of the social media platforms, some of you might know this because we've talked about it before. Just a little pop quiz for you. Of all of the social media platforms, which one do you think is worst for our mental health? So, they're all bad in their own ways. They're all bad in their own ways, that is true. Statistically, Instagram tends to be the worst when it comes to a person's self-image. Usage of Instagram is often tied to, body image issues, anxiety. It's this constant comparison between yourself and others. It's just not healthy. And so historically, Instagram has been the worst. But let's talk about some of the others, because Instagram isn't the only contender here. You've got TikTok, which is basically a content slot machine. Slot machines are addictive because it's like, oh, okay. Ooh, dopamine. It's the same thing. It's basically a slot machine except for your attention span. It's actually making your attention span worse. And so it has effects on your psyche. Facebook is bad, but Facebook, thankfully, Facebook has been on the decline. Not as many people are using Facebook, but Facebook is still very popular. And a lot of what goes on Facebook is more of perpetuation of disinformation. And then you've got Twitter, where everybody's just fighting all the time. And so it makes you feel like the world is a shitty, violent place because everybody's just fighting and nobody's actually having a conversation. Everyone's just trying to prove their own intellectual superiority over each other. And then they include Snapchat in this, but I don't think anybody uses Snapchat anymore. All the Swedes use Snapchat. For what? In the United States, the only time people use Snapchat is if they're trying to communicate with their drug dealer. No, that's Telegram. Telegram isn't that big in the United States. I hear it's bigger in like Europe and stuff, but I have heard of it, but I've never used it. Anyway, they've done studies. These studies are a few years old now, and so this was before the rise of TikTok. And so before the rise of TikTok, Instagram was widely considered to be the worst form of social media for your mental health. They did surveys amongst, thousands of teens and stuff. And what they found was that it has some really impactful effects on a person's self-perception, their self-image. You're just bombarded with like, oh wow, look at all of these fantastic things and all these fantastic vacations, and it's just unhealthy. So glad I didn't grow up with social media. I'm glad that I was old enough whenever social media became popularized that I lived a regular teenage life without having to be an adolescent or a teenager in the social media age. I can only imagine how growing up with social media already existing would just not do anything good for a person. Early 2000s were awesome. It was, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Back when the internet was... Back when if you wanted to share a viral video with people, you had to, like, send them the video? Or find it on some random website? Because YouTube wasn't a thing? I remember having meme videos, like, downloaded because you couldn't find them anywhere. But now they're all in one place. Spending hours to torrent one song on Napster. Oh yeah, I remember. The year was... Hold on, when did, The year was like 1999. I was at my grandparents' house because my grandparents had internet, but we didn't yet. They had it first. And I got Napster. And I downloaded Who Let the Dogs Out by the Baha Men. And it took like 3 hours. It was the one and only song that I downloaded off of Napster because obviously it took forever. Remember Kazaa? Oh yeah, Kazaa, where you could try to download a song, but it's actually something horrifying. That was fun. Yeah? I've seen some terrible stuff, thanks to Kazaa and LimeWire. You download something, you're like, oh, hey, this is that movie I want to see, or this is that episode of that show, or this is that song, and that's a penis. And you were lucky if it was a human penis. If it was a human penis, you were getting off easy. I wish I was exaggerating. I wish that I was exaggerating. Because back then what people would do is they would take a file and it would just be some random shit and they would name it something that people would want to download, and then a bunch of people would download and share it when it's actually just something terrible. Yep, that was the internet back then. It was wild. It was a wild place to be. All right, this is a good question. I'm looking forward to talking about this one. Do you believe that there is a male loneliness epidemic going on? I kinda don't, but I think with red-pilled creators, they just feed off young males' sense of male pride but never address accountability. No, you bring up a good point. You bring up a good point with how these like manosphere grifters operate. They will tell you there's a problem. There's a problem, and we need to be aware of this problem, but then they don't actually give you a proper solution to the problem. What they do is they say, you need to blame somebody else for all of your problems. You need to go blame a woman or a person of color or a gay person. You need to blame them for your problems. Somebody who's not from your country, blame them for your problems. That's what the grifters do. They point out that there's a problem, and then they point their finger at the entirely wrong person as far as who's responsible for that problem. Also, I'm just so tired of those types of creators just always playing victim to issues. I don't blame young males because they wouldn't know any better, but damn, seeing young people grow into Nick Fuentes types is crazy. I agree, because Nick Fuentes is a puny little nerd, and the fact that he has a platform or a voice at all is baffling to me. Like, I'm anti-bullying, but when I see Nick Fuentes, I'm just like, ooh, I want to bully you so bad. It just brings something out of me, and it's ugly, and I don't like it. What I would say is that there is a loneliness epidemic, but it is not unique to men. We are more interconnected, but also more separated than we have ever been in history. We know everybody's business all the time, but we're not actually having conversations with each other. We're not actually forming relationships. We're just forming opinions. It's always okay to bully Nazis. Thank you for the go-ahead. I'm glad that I feel vindicated in wanting to bully that man. I just want to pick him up by the scruff of his shirt and shake him like this. He's just got a face that makes me want to stuff him in a locker. I've never stuffed anybody in a locker, just for the record. Just for the record, I was a nerd in high school, just for the record. I wasn't bullying anybody. But there's just something about him that makes me want to give him a swirly. Just don't let the current government know. Yeah, I'm gonna be sent to El Salvador because I said that I wanted to bully Nick Fuentes. If that's the case, I will see you all in CCOT. Nick might, yeah, that's the thing, is he might be into it in like a weird way, like, oh my god, you're right. Oh my god, you're right, I forgot about that part. Some people will just act in a way that's very repugnant because they want you to bully them because they get off on it. Ugh. Forgot about that part. I forgot about that part, but it's true. There are people out there who will just act like a complete and utter piece of shit because they get off on you being mad at them. Anyway, I feel like there is a loneliness epidemic going on. I feel like people in general, no matter who you are statistically more lonely than people were 10, 20, 30 years ago. Absolutely. I feel like grifters like to adhere to like one side of it because it generates interest and it generates controversy and that generates dollar bills. Just look at it this way. Would you describe yourself as more lonely, as lonely, or less lonely than you were 5 years ago? How can we counter the red pill movement like this? By doing whatever the fuck it is that we're doing right here. That's what we're trying to do. We just gotta keep it up. We just gotta keep up the good work. Eventually, I feel like people will realize that this whole red pill movement is thoughtless and lazy and that it doesn't actually accomplish anything. It just makes things worse for people. And it's actually a tool of the patriarchy to, take advantage of young, impressionable men. It's just a grift. And so the grift will always be there. We just need to do more to help educate and dissuade people from falling for it. Anyway, red pill, blue pill, black pill, it's all the same fucking shit. It's all the same shit. The illusion is that you have choice in the matter. At the end of the day, what it all is just institutions trying to rile you up and blame things that aren't actually contributing to your suffering so that they can continue to exploit you. Companies can continue to exploit your labor so long as you're not angry at them for exploiting your labor. You're angry at an immigrant for taking your job or threatening your job. You're angry at, a woman for whatever, They put a lot of time and energy and money into telling you what you should be mad about and who you should be mad at. They want us fighting amongst ourselves because worker solidarity is how we actually have power, and they don't want us to have power. Anyway, anybody who tells you that there's a simple solution to your problems and that it comes in blaming another person from the working class, just remind yourself, partner, that those folks are serving the goals of the capitalists. You got a bunch of wannabe capitalists, you got a bunch of class traders out there, and they're getting you to turn against your own, when in reality, the only way that we are gonna win is if we can work together. Alright, chat. This is a holdup. We're only 3 subs away from hitting that sub goal. So if you want to see Tamara, you better. I'm kidding. I'm not threatening anyone. I would never do that. It's just a finger. Don't worry. This thing's not loaded. It's just a bit. Alright? Just joking. You never know. Some people take things very seriously. Catnip! 5! Catnip! You're welcome. You better thank Catnip. He saved all your hides. An anonymous with a 5? Sugar Biscuit, thank you for gifting that sub. Very happy to have found a left-leaning space that talks about this stuff. Have a good day, everyone. Thank you for being here, Mao. It was a pleasure to have you. Hope to see you around, partner. What an iconic name. I know, right? I love it whenever Mike raids because we always get people that stick around because they're like, wait, this is badass. I'm like, I know, right? And it's hard to grow on Twitch. It is. It's hard to grow on Twitch, and so if you want to grow, it's essential that you have people upstream of you that can help to support you in your growth, and so it's nice to have the support of the central committee stream. Yeehaw, partner. Yeehaw. It's about a month until TwitchCon. I've got to get in shape. I got to do some work. TwitchCon's coming up. I want to look good for it. Right now I am clocking in at 6'5", 237 pounds. Which isn't bad, because I've been heavier. I've been heavier. I've been heavier. I want to get bigger. I want to get lighter. I want more muscle. Fasting, I am eating salads. You know, it would be nice to be invited to a streamer event from a big streamer. Wouldn't that just be so much fun? Especially if it gave me the opportunity to just lift weights and get buff. thing that gets me about gaining muscle is that you have to eat a lot of protein. And I just get tired of eating, that's the thing. I'm like, it's a slog. Hey y'all, if I remember correctly, you're a professional psychologist. You do remember correctly. I don't always act like a professional, but at the end of the day, you know. I have a question in this field. Last week, my father tried to take his own life, and I handled it with a lot of anger. How can I turn this feeling into something more positive or helpful, mostly for him? Let's start off by saying, feeling anger at that type of event isn't unusual. It's not unusual to respond the way that you did. But I do applaud you on wanting to not only be angry about it. I applaud you on wanting to be kinder and more empathetic about it. That's good. That shows that you're a caring person. And so what I would encourage you to do is just keep it simple and try to just have more empathy for your father. Try to feel what he is feeling. Try to put yourself in his position. Not just in this moment, but his whole life leading up to this moment. All of the ups and downs. Favorite customer, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you. I feel Paul near us and I don't know why. Paul is always lurking. That's the thing. Paul is always lurking. Anyway, Jenska, if you want to turn this feeling into something more positive or helpful for your dad, then I would just try to listen more. I would just open up the conversation about, oh, how are you feeling? What's on your mind? You know, just so that you can just be there, be supportive. You know, it's not always about saying the right thing or doing the right thing. Sometimes it's just about being there. Sometimes it's just about showing up and being present. My thinking is mostly, isn't my love as your daughter enough to make you stay? Why you want to leave me? I mean, I have a lot of empathy, but I'm always catching myself shifting into the thinking pattern I mentioned. He lives in another country. Do you think visiting him and just being there with him could help both of us? Probably. You know, because the thing is, when people attempt to take their own life, it's because they are in a great deal of pain. And they want to make that pain go away. They want to feel better. They don't necessarily want to be dead. They don't necessarily want to die. They just want to be free of the pain that they are dealing with. And sometimes when you're in a great deal of pain, it overrides all of those other things. Your family, your friends, all of the things that are going on for you, all of the people in your life that care about you. It's hard to really accept and understand those things when you are so overwhelmed with whatever pain it is that you're dealing with. And so ultimately, maybe it is that love that you have for him that is part of the reason why he's still here. And so maybe meeting with him and just reminding him of how much you love him and how much you care about him, maybe that would be good for the both of you. I don't want to push him in this convo until he talks about it himself. Does that make sense? Yes, it does. It's okay to ask questions though, and if he doesn't feel like talking about it, that's okay, you just leave it. You can ask people because you never know whether or not they want to talk about something, but it's still okay to try, to just let them know, like, hey, if you ever do want to talk about this, I'm here for you. What we don't want to do is push, like, come on, you got to talk to me about this. You know, we don't want to continue to like try to dig at them so that they finally do talk about it because they might not be ready yet. It's important to just let them know, like, hey, I'm here for you. I care about you. Whenever you want to talk, I'm here. Let me know. Hearing what happened scared the F out of me. Tell him that. Let him know. Let him know. Whether or not he's ready to talk about it, I still feel like it's important that you let him know, like, Dad, the idea of losing you terrified me. And he needs to know that. He needs that reminder of reality. Like, there are people out there who love you and care about you, and it would devastate them to lose you. And that's not the same as like him talking about how he's feeling or talking about why he did what he did or what it is that he's going through. It's a nice reminder that people really do care about you and they care about you deeply, because sometimes we forget that when we're struggling. But yeah, I would just let him know how you feel and then leave the door open for him to talk whenever he feels ready. And that might be sooner than you think. It might be sooner than you think. You know, if you give people a place that they feel safe to open up and talk about things, it might surprise you how quickly they'll take advantage of that opportunity. The thing is, my whole childhood I had to take care of my mom because of several reasons, and now that I'm an adult, I feel like I have to take care of my dad. I will do that if it means that he will stay, but losing him is a disaster in my universe. Your words really help me to sort my thoughts. Thank you. You are welcome. And I wouldn't look at it as I have to take care of my dad. I would look at it as I have the opportunity. You have the opportunity to help your dad, because you could not if you didn't want to. You could just as easily be like, you know what, that's your problem, you deal with it, I'm out of here. I don't want to deal with that stress. But you are playing an active role in helping others who are struggling. And that's a beautiful thing. Outside. It's been rainy and overcast today. It's been a rainy, dreary, overcast day. I love it. I love it. Maybe I'll make soup. Or maybe I'll make tacos. can't cook and drive and do tech? Yeah, you can. It's called starting a food truck. Well, all right, check this out. We're at 6299 questions. We are at 6,794 followers. We are almost to 6,800 followers. Kinda crazy, huh? I hit the pen and was gone in my thoughts. You've done some good work today, Goobins. I think you deserve a break. The thing about working on yourself mentally is that it might be something that you work on every day, but it doesn't need to be something that you work on all day every day. Because working on your mental state all day every day is a good way to drive yourself insane. You can become hyper aware and over analytical, and you need to be able to do the work and then take a step back and admire the progress and then get back to it later. Cheers. Anyway, I feel like we've put in some good work today. Would you agree? Chat, don't forget, if you want a copy of today's slides, you can type !slides in the chat. They're also posted in the Discord. So if you're not in the Discord already, what are you waiting for? Come on down, get on over here. We're going to be doing a movie tonight in the Discord. I think we're going to watch the director's cut of Amadeus. I've been on a big classical music kick lately, and I'm like, I want to watch. It's been a long time since I've watched Amadeus. It is 3 hours long. What time? In 3 hours from now. So at 8 p.m. Central. So we got 3 hours. 3 hours until the 3-hour movie. All of these threes are making me feel like a Freemason. Any last thoughts? Any last questions? Any big takeaways today? Any big stinky farts? Well, it's worth a try. It was worth a try. It's a shame I missed this. Don't worry, the VOD will be there. If you go back and watch the VOD, we'll just pretend that you were there the whole time. Just pretend that you were there the whole time, it's fine. Just pretend it was live. Haven't ripped ass today, kind of worried. Are you a gerbil? If you are a gerbil or some other small rodent, I would be concerned. Because they can't fart and they can't burp. And if they have any carbonation, they could pop. And you don't want that. You're a gooby goober. Well, partners, I think that'll be it for today. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you all for the new follows and for the subs. We will be back again tomorrow, and we'll also be doing movie night tonight in the Discord, so I will see you all there. Stream will be back again tomorrow, so have a great night, everybody. If I don't see you at the movie, that's just fine. But we'll see you tomorrow. We'll be back with more. Stay safe out there. Take good care. And we'll see you next time. Until then, bye-bye! Chat, if you ever want to learn how to throat sing, we should start a throat singing class in the Discord. We can practice together. I'll show you the basics. Okay, bye-bye.
Oh,
Okay.
just take a little bit of damage.
Whoa.
I
Oh, shout out Brain Domain. Thank you for delivering me a fucking tomatonator.
Probably get from this
Welcome,
movement
guys.
to
We're
that.
playing Peak.
I'm thinking-
Good to see you, Brain Domain.
Yeah.
What, this?
Also,
Yeah, and then sort of slowly and carefully, mind you,
Well,
maneuver.
also shout out Casey Tron.
we wouldn't want to die now, would we?
Oh, har har.
Oh, Okay. Ooh, that's
Oh,
okay.
thank you, Thai Chiefs.
Very steep. And it's very raining. Okay, very steep, very steep. Okay. Okay, I'm amazing?
Okay.
Okay, so if you do this properly,
Right.
you can do it. Do it from this angle here, I think.
From what angle? Where are you? Oh, you're up.
Amelia is like directly beneath you.
Yeah,
Climbing at a 90-degree angle.
Yeah, so just go right down. Sort of from where Ian is right now.
Right down.
I think I might need to eat this button mushroom.
I see you.
Yeah. Careful, it's very steep.